Just jumping on the market here. So we got a massive nasty print on ADP non-farm payrolls. That was a really, really horrific print for the non-farm payrolls. Coming in at 22,000. So job creation is dwindling. Interest rate expectations just shot up. Therefore, the Dixie is cratering here yet again. That was a filthy, filthy decline. Indeed it was. Let's look at the two major indices in comparison to each other. So you can see the S&P 500 still pushing here on the back of that print. Market's initial dip and then a rip. Unemployment rate, 4.3% comes in line. So the labor market is starting to crack here, guys. The labor market is definitely starting to crack. We are seeing some pretty nasty prints. You can see interest rates dropping fairly sharply. At some point, the markets are not going to like this unemployment data. But look at that breakdown. Nasty. That is filthy. Canada's unemployment rate rose as well. So unemployment rate remains 4.3%, in line with expectations. Yep, gold pushing here. So that's just because the Dixie is really caving here. Dixie is still holding that wedge pattern formation. Gold spiked to a little bit of a brief new high. Markets are in rally mode with the NASDAQ QQQ. So we're still riding SPY. This is why we're still net long the market, because there's obviously a very strong continuation uptrend. People are frothing at the mouth to continue to buy this market into this declining data. The cycle will eventually take hold where the market will decline off of this data as it gets too bad. But for now, we're still in a strong uptrend on the S&P, and our 652 calls will print. We also have SOXL calls that I'm looking to take some profits. Say we're riding the $26 calls, so those are nicely in the money. And we got a variety of other strategic longs in place. It's crazy to think that so we have this area where, all right, let's settle in for the market here. Let me turn on my camera. We'll discuss some things here as a collective. All right, guys, welcome to the live stream. Today is Friday, 0 DTE options across the board. This should be very interesting. Yet again, Why? What is going on? First things first, I just want to bring to your attention that we had a whole host of economic data this morning regarding unemployment and job creation. Non-farm payrolls tanking on the non-farm payrolls. So I want to start off this live stream with something that I'm just going to show you here on my screen. Oh, thanks, Peter. Let me flip that. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. All right, so I'm starting off this live stream with a little bit of macro because whenever you get a deterioration in the overall macroeconomic landscape, you just want to take note and understand what that means. So at the start of the week, the Fed rate cut probability was around 94.6. Yesterday it was 95.4, and today it's now 98.9. So pretty certain we're getting a rate cut now September 17th. Really in 12 days, there's not much economic data that can change things. It's not like we're going to get some news that all of a sudden the unemployment rate drops below 4%. So it's pretty certain that we're getting a rate cut. But what market participants are now going to look towards, because it's been pretty definitive that we're getting a rate cut in September, market participants are now looking into October and December. So the next two meeting probabilities are where things should start to really take hold. So yesterday, the odds of a rate cut, and this is where things have drastically changed on the October print. So September is solidified. October is where things really changed. So October print as of yesterday was about a 50-50. So a 50% hold at 4 to 4.25, and it was a 50% hold at 3.75 to 4. Now all of a sudden, the market is pricing in a rate cut of a quarter basis point in the October meeting, as well as potentially a 50 basis point. This wasn't here yesterday. So the rate cut probabilities have drastically changed, which to me is very important because it does dictate that the bond market is potentially worried about, yet again, maybe that R word starting to creep in. So we'll certainly see what transpires over the coming weeks, but that October meeting is now swinging in probability of another 25 basis point cut. All right, so that is the Fed talk. We will look at what the markets are doing. Dixie crumbling, S&P catching a bid. You also have the NASDAQ and Russell. Russell initially took a dip. So notice how the markets took initially a dip and then they got bought right back. So that was an algorithmic dip and an algorithmic buy designed to just rope in traders. But honestly, you got to be very careful with this next environment. Everyone's going to be looking to buy aggressively small caps, which again, in the near term is proving to be a good thing because the markets are still holding higher highs, higher lows, and in a strong technical uptrend. But at some point, that trend is going to break. You know, technically I'm bullish, fundamentally I'm bearish. I know it's counterintuitive. We're still net long, but you just got to be very cautious. And what's really crumbling today is, again, something drastic is signaling in the bond market, guys. So look at the 2-year yield today. That's a filthy breakdown, guys. And I'm just going to do something on my other screen here. But 2-year yield just absolutely crumbling. I mean, my oh my, what is happening to that 2-year yield today? That's nasty. And what's really interesting is Canada. I follow the economic data in Canada too because I live here, but Canada GDP contracted sharply last quarter by 1.74%. So the technical definition of a recession is two consecutive declining quarters. So with Canada being the US's largest trading partner, even with the tariffs and the trade wars that are going on between Trump and Carney, and let me be clear, Trump is kicking Canada's ass. Canada might be trying to hold strong, but we just have really given up our manufacturing and overall economy over the last 15 years. But nevertheless, Canada is showing that we're potentially about to enter a recession next quarter based off of the technical definition. So, if Canada enters a recession, you can probably, it's a pretty strong indicator that the US is likely also going to enter a technical recession at some point. All right, so that's enough macro for today. A little bit of an educational talk. We'll dive into some charts because there are some movement happening. But let me just post some here. Looking at the gold chart, gold spiked to a new high. I still think gold is very stretched here, but obviously it's running on pure macroeconomic worrying. And obviously algorithms are programmed to buy up gold when dollar down and interest rates down. All right, so that's that. All right, so let's go through some of the overall charts here, ladies and gents. We're going to just do a single view here so we can really look at some things. But so first things first today, guys, if you remember in the options trade group, I am looking at taking profits on my SPY 652 calls. We have until September 19th. But I'm definitely looking at selling into this strength. I don't like the economic print this morning. I don't like the fact that yields are dropping this sharply. Again, there is a strong correlation stock market up, yields down, but the drop is very sharp today, and it's a little worrying to me. 2-year yield down 2.59. Um, I don't know. I think that it's probably wise to start paring back long positions. I do have higher upside targets, but selling into strength is never a bad idea. So I'm looking at paring back some of the 652 calls. Um, I'm also riding the SOX L, which I've been accumulating off of the lows here. $26 calls. Those are nicely in the money, so I'm looking at probably trimming. I might exit all of them. I think there's a bit more upside in the tank. I could see us pushing for 27 on SOX L. Right now, you have some interesting divergences in the semiconductor market. You have Broadcom AVGO, which this is an actual top day trade idea short today. We're actually through my level right now, which I like because I am looking at shorting this name. But Broadcom's super strong today, and look, Nvidia down sharply on the session, 1.688%. So nice job getting out of those Nvidia call options for a little bit of a net gain. And that stock is obviously crumbling right now in the near term. All right, the big one, Lululemon, is obviously getting absolutely smashed here. And this is coupling two macro effects, a poor earnings, a slash of profit guidance. And obviously, if the economy is starting to wane and go into that economic decline, as per the labor market suggesting today, and the Fed rate cut expectations, Lululemon's obviously a bit of a higher end consumer brand, so people typically need to slash their expenses, and maybe they're not buying as much Lulu, maybe they switch to something else that's a little bit more an affordable brand. That being said, Lululemon's still cheap down here. There will be a day trade long off of some level, but we just got to be careful because there could be some volatility, fund liquidation off of the open. I do think there's going to be an epic reversal and bounce at some point, but this is a long-term accumulation now. I'm into a hodl position, just took a starter position yesterday off of the gap down 10%, and I'm still underwater slightly on it. But again, I just started accumulating. I'm willing to take this up to about 6% of my portfolio, so I have another two buys. My next buy level is very close to this name, and I just want to show you the monthly chart of Lululemon here. But you can see Lululemon is now doing a full-on retrace of this monthly wick here. You've broken that monthly bullish engulfing bar that we traded off of. That's where I started a position, so it's a very good area, I think. But the symmetrical move for Lulu, if you take this high to this low, this high to this low, takes us down to about 150-ish. And you can see that that's kind of almost into this retrace, a full-on retrace. But you do have a ton of support down here. But with earnings, obviously liquidations can send stocks farther to the downside than what most people anticipate. And that's what's happening right now. Lululemon is getting an absolute crushing of vol. Yesterday you traded 15.48 million shares. So earnings hadn't even happened yet. And you traded almost 4 times the average daily volume. So you know how many people piled in long? Lululemon was up 3.81% yesterday, outperforming, and they trapped so much bullish liquidity. So now they've got to unwind. They trapped calls, they trapped common shares. So now there's a whole bunch of liquidity that they have to unwind in Lulu. But that was one of the biggest bull traps that we've seen. 15.48 million shares traded yesterday before earnings. That is crazy. That's almost like Lulu reported earnings during the regular trading session. I mean, look at the volume traded off of this gap down. It was roughly about just around that 15.5 million shares as well, but that was off of a big earnings gap down. We hadn't even had the earnings reaction yet. So you can imagine the amount of shares we're going to trade today, and I do think that that sets up for a massive weekly capitulation candle. I mean, we're probably going to trade, I don't even know what we're going to trade on Lulu today, but it's going to be monster volume. It's probably going to mark almost a little bit of a low. Like, I would not be surprised. I mean, already Lululemon's trading we're at just over a couple million shares in the after hours here. So there's going to be a long. I still want to do a little bit of work here on my other screen. I haven't found the definitive day trade level, but it's into a fundamental technical level that I think makes sense for a move into 2026, 2027. This is probably going to be a UNH trade turnaround as well. And you're starting to see again more of that celebrity, I guess, pumping. I mean, Sydney Sweeney jumping from another brand. First she pumped up AEO, then we get news last night that she's jumping to Jimmy Choo, pumping up that brand now. So there's obviously a lot of things that Lululemon can do to try to turn this around, but a crazy, crazy decline. So that's on watch for a long. I am looking at Broadcom for a short trade, just a blow off top move for Broadcom. A very expensive institutional stock for Broadcom. I mean, simply it's above a 3 standard deviation move. If you take that June pivot, if we look at this low here, you're well above a 2 standard deviation mean. So very, very hyperextended some of these stocks. But nevertheless, that is the environment we're in. All right, what else is shaking and moving today? I'm just going to go through some of my other trades, scan my list here. All right, so Bitcoin and crypto are catching a nice bid. So BTC bouncing off of support quite nicely, looking to move higher off of a weaker dollar. Ethereum still just chopping in a sideways range. Not looking too bad. Natural gas, another day where nat gas is showing some continued strength, trying to push higher and grind and grind and grind, whereas WTI crude is actually seeing more of those economic recessionary signals. And what's really crazy about crude here, guys, is we got some bearish patterns on crude forming. I mean, you have a head and shoulders that has already triggered and broken the neckline, which gives us a pretty disastrous downside target. So crude is important. Why? because it's the largest commodity in the world, it often gives us those signals of strength in the economy or weakness. And crude right now is showing complete and utter weakness. Look at that 3 in the bar nasty down into support. You could get a micro bounce here, but crude is looking like it wants to head to 57. And based off of this head and shoulders target, this initial one, we have a downside target of sub $51 on crude. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And then if you get a bigger head and shoulders to trigger, right now we're sitting on the neckline, you have an even lower target, which I'm not even going to bring on the charts because things just get crazy from there. All right, let's look at other commodities. Gold surging to the highs, new all-time high for gold, rallying on the back of a falling dollar and falling interest rates. So again, right now we're seeing bonds in full force being accumulated. TLT trying to break out to the high side. I am personally long. I've been long UBT for several months now, but I'm long UBT common shares as my bond play. And as interest rates fall, bonds should catch a pretty sizable bid. Usually the biggest move in bonds comes at the last 10% of the decline in the economy, where you see an absolute capitulation and decline in interest rates as banks start to panic, central banks start to panic. So we'll see what happens there. All right, let's continue to go through some of the charts here. Silver, let's take a peek at silver. So silver also doing quite well. I do have a short level on silver, but it's a little bit higher. We'll have to continue to watch that one. China stocks catching another little bid today. Alibaba bouncing off of support, gapping up and pretty much almost recapturing the majority of its losses, up about 2.85%. I am looking at taking profits on my Baidu call options off of the open. So member option trade, I'm looking at taking off of my $100 calls for Baidu. The reason being is the expiration clock is ticking a little bit away. We're starting to see that theta decay. And I'm just looking at taking profits on my $100 Baidu calls. I still have a position farther into 2026, which obviously will keep that for members. Copper stocks today still doing some wonderful moves, still pushing to the upside there. UNH is fairly flat and muted. Wow, Ethereum ripping. Palantir up 1.3%, catching a bid with the QQQ NASDAQ market right now. GDX up 2.4. SMCI trying to make a little bit of a move here. Bouncing off of that 200. Certain retail stocks continue to show some strength. So VFC Corp still looking to move higher. Let's look at AEO. AEO still pushing higher here. Wow, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, Nvidia is getting clobbered here, guys. Wow. Nvidia is getting clobbered. Nasty. PDD trying to make a little bit of a push here. HURA trying to gap up just a little bit. Let's look at the IWM here. Yeah, IWM still looking pretty decent here. Definitely into a little bit of resistance. I'm just going to move the lower boundary chant. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Clean up this chart a little bit. So I still have a target on the IWM based off of some intraday patterns of around that 238 level. That's a short zone, a scalp short. Don't know if it's a swing short. I have to see how price gets into that. Probably not a swing short just yet. Looks like the Russell wants to go for that previous 243 pivot high. So Russell still surging in a very strong overall trend. But yeah, IWM looks good. Looks good for a continuation move for sure. Rallying on the back of lower rates. But again, you got to be cautious about where you enter because Market participants, smart money is certainly going to start trimming positions into these rallies as we deteriorate in the economic landscape. All right, so that settles that. Let's look at what we're going to be trading again. LULU, Broadcom, I'm still watching. What else is making moves today? So, Guidewire Software, ticker GWRE. Strong gap up on earnings, beating both the top and bottom line. Pretty crazy. Yeah, that one's going to sweep the highs. I mean, if you're looking for a continuation long, that one's going to take out that all-time high pivot. Looks very, very strong in the overall near term. SPY's still grinding higher. All right, let's see what else is going on here. So Bill Holdings reporting earnings, BILL. Gapping up, trying to break out of a little bit of a basing formation here on BILL. You got some bearish targets though that we need to watch out for. That was a failed breakout there. Still have some more downside potential for BILL, but getting ready. You can see BIL is coming into a little bit of a resistance trend line. No, this one still needs to go lower. I think this is going to be a fake breakout here, but obviously showing a little bit of strength. A little bit of strength. All right, DocuSign, ticker DOCU, reporting earnings. Let's see what we got for DocuSign. All right, DocuSign sweeping that high pivot. Chart looking fairly decent here. Um, this chart actually is looking a little bit better, especially if you can get a daily close above this high pivot, and specifically a weekly close above this high pivot. DocuSign is not looking too bad from a long standpoint, because that could give us our first little in this consolidation. That could signal our first little higher high in this consolidation bull flag pattern. But DocuSign has that almost that W bottom forming. Chart's not looking bad, guys. Chart is not looking bad. We'll see how it reacts, but a close above that area looking pretty decent. Welcome curveballs. Yeah, AVGO is up tremendously. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But this is a top short, curveballs. This is a top short. So I have some deviation bands here where AVGO is trading, it was trading on the standard deviation 1. Now it's gapping up over standard deviation 2. This is going all the way back to your April lows here. And standard deviation 3 is still higher, but it's a very institutional based stock that is pumping up here, and basically um, it's getting hyperextended here. There is a short setup in this name. In terms of where I'm looking at it, 346.95 was my area, but you can see it's even through that based off of the pure market strength that's going on. But I am looking at shorting this name It's just a matter of where. It's a tough short because, like I said, institutions trade it. But if we look at some of the average true ranges, you can see on the weekly chart, we're through that ATR2 level. That's your weekly extension move. And now you look at the monthly chart, you're even through the level ATR1. So I like the fact that it's holding firm here. If it can hold steady here in the market, I am looking at fading AVGO off of the highs here for a nice little short scalp. Can probably net a nice gain on, 350 puts seem conservative, but 345s are probably a little bit more aggressive. Let me just see where this deviation band changes from this little earnings area. Yeah. So you can even see going back to your December high pivot there, you're well above now your 3 standard deviation. So this one should have a move back down, at least some profit taking, especially with Nvidia. Nvidia is still struggling on this tape today. All right, so our SPY calls 652s are in the money members. That's beautiful. I will be looking to take all of those off the table, and then we can reassess and deploy that capital somewhere. So just as a heads up, options group, um, you don't need to wait for my alert, but if you want to, I'm going to be looking to trim my SPY 652s as well as exiting my SOX L $26 calls, which will be printing. All right, let's just quickly look at this Lululemon because it's just a disastrous reaction, and there's got to be a trade here. There's got to be a big trade here. It's one of those names, but they might keep it a little bit more depressed um, into the morning session. It's just a complete and utter bloodbath. You can see this low pivot zone here. You were sitting right on a monthly deviation, standard deviation 2. Curveball saying AVGO has a 10 billion deal with OpenAI. Did you check its news? So OpenAI seemed to have had a lot of insiders seem to have had that news yesterday, and I know a couple people were wanting to short OpenAI yesterday, and I said, wait. And the level that I have for a short on OpenAI is technically into this weekly pivot. You know, weekly resistance going back to 2022, you're very extended, you got that negative divergence, as well as you're piercing this upsloping trend line. Now, the only hindrance about that, and thank you for bringing up the news, curveballs, but we have a symmetrical move on open that could take us to about 698, $7. So obviously the market is in full hype mode, but this is another one that is definitely getting a little lofty up here. Super extended, and I think that there is a short scalp trade. But yeah, up nicely in the pre-market. What are we up right now? From 596 to 646. That's a really good gap up and short. I think there's probably going to be an initial reversal and then maybe a bid back up as long as the markets remain firm. But honestly, I think gapping up into all-time highs, we've seen this a couple different times in the recent price action on the S&P 500. Let me just show you this real quick. Let me actually pull up the SPX. It's a little bit cleaner. We'll take away some of these session levels. But what's really fascinating is, okay, you look at what has happened here. Here's a gap up into all-time highs. Following day, saw a gap down, profit taking. Another all-time high here, profit taking off of the highs. More all-time highs here, profit taking. More all-time highs in this week, profit taking. More all-time highs here, profit taking. Profit taking, profit taking. So the trend when you gap up into all-time highs, guys, is profit taking. That's just the proper risk management as a smart investor. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing with our SPY calls and our semiconductors. So a gap up into all-time high often leads to profit taking. We've seen it a number of times. We're not going to make it complicated. Can we push higher? Yes, we can. We still have some upside bullish targets, but we'll just have to really watch that. AEO has gone up very high. Yeah, AEO has gone. I mean, is it extreme here? Yeah, but this is a tough name to short with celebrity hype. It's a lower priced equity. Retail earnings have still been strong. And then your part and parcel, what is going to be happening is now you're getting some of those retail funds probably liquidating out of Lulu and chasing AEO. Is there a short on AEO? Probably. Yeah, there probably is. Um, the question is where, right? I'd love to see that gap fill. It's still a little bit of ways away, around 20 bucks. If we were to push into there today, I would definitely short that. That's only about $5 away, $1 away. That's definitely a short zone on AO, but swing trade, it's not quite ready yet. I mean, it's lofty, but you're starting to break out of a longer term downtrend, and you just printed your first daily higher high in quite a long time. So the bigger short level on AEO really lies at this trend line. Whether or not it makes it there, that would be an epic level. Downsloping trend line, major gap fill, extension move, negative divergences, deviation bands. There's a whole lot of factors around that $20 level. So I'm personally hoping that it gets there. I don't know if it will, but I'm hoping that it does because that is technically my short level around this, close to that $19 area. All right. But if you're wanting to try to take it ahead of time, could you get a pullback now? Sure. Could you chop back down to this liquidity high here around 17? You probably could, but still a tough short right now. The only thing we have going for it is that it's a little bit extended. But I am looking at fading AVGO. I'm looking at fading open as well. Typically, they say buy the rumor, sell the news. So what are people probably going to do? They're probably going to sell the news on open. Nvidia trying to catch a little bit of a bid off of the lows. All right, so let me just quickly work on Lulu and AVGO. So yeah, Lululemon. This is a tough one. It might not really bounce off of the open. It's really tough to say because you're gonna have volatility funds having to see some liquidations based off of this stock purely breaching conditions of their investor bias. Let's see where Lulu's heading here. Whoops, that's the wrong tool. All right, let's go throw up a fib retrace of the entire move. Yeah, there's no real Fibonacci retrace there. It's a pretty filthy breakdown in Lulu. Even that's a nasty breakdown. Wow, it's POC's down here. That's crazy. Breaking some key structural technical levels. It's a really nasty breakdown. Yeah, it could still go lower, Lulu. It's a tough name. It could go lower. We got a 2 standard deviation band right with the symmetrical move down there. So we'll just have to watch it. I mean, if Lulu was to take out that pre-market low, I think I would look for a bit of a long scalp as a day trade. But definitely very extended. I prefer AVGO and open as some shorts. I do like AVGO on the short It's very extended up here into these ATR levels. Very good levels up here. Extending through the monthly. Let me just go to the 2-week chart. We'll put up this 360 level there, 362.11. So yeah, this is definitely a top short idea for me. Scalp short. Scalp short, I think that the dips are probably going to try to get bought up in this name, but a scalp short should work out for us. It's been a one-way freight train to the upside. The PE on this one is just absolutely insane. So it's median PE. It's trading at 20. Let me actually go to the hourly intraday chart. So 89.95. That's why it's also rocketing, is because it's beating its EPS, raising its EPS. So it's actually lowered its PE from yesterday and it's gone higher, which is technically a very good sign. But you can see the median PE, how Wall Street bids the stock up and pays that extra premium. 89.77 PE currently speaking. We look at NVIDIA PE right now is trading at what, 48. How about AMD, just to show you the difference? AMD's PE 91. Let's look at Micron. Micron's been a hot semiconductor as of late. Micron's PE is only 23, so definitely a lot cheaper. SMCI, let's look at that name. PE of 24. Let's look at ASML. Just giving you a comparison of how they're building up Broadcom here. SMCI, ASML, about 29 PE, under the median. Let's look at ARM. Yeah, ARM is just filthy. That's crazy. Let's look at Texas Instruments, TXN. 34 PE. ON. ON's about a 45, median is 20, so perhaps still a little bit expensive, but I do like ON Semiconductor. Okta right now, 106, median is 162. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's settle through this market. I'm going to do split screen here. I want you to hold firm up there, Broadcom. Hold firm. Don't decline on us. Hold your gains. Hold your gains. All right, we'll look at semis here. Look at semiconductors, guys. All right, so SOX is pushing. That's beautiful. Beautiful. So again, members, don't wait for the options alert. I'm looking at trimming. If you're wanting to hold some runners on your SOX L calls, you can, but I'm looking at pretty much exiting all my SOX L calls off of the open. And then we can always reassess and deploy capital. Same thing with SPY. I'm looking at definitely fading this move, this initial move. SPY's measured move to the upside today is around 653.62. That would complete this little bullish inverse head and shoulders pattern. And then obviously we have higher upside targets around 659. That should come into effect a little bit later on. But I got LULU window open. I'm watching that one. I got open as well. I am looking at fading open. at some point, hopefully it truly makes a nice liquidity sweep of the highs. Let's see the monthly chart. Before we actually open here, let me just see this. Let's look at the monthly chart real quick of open just to see where some of those key moving averages are sitting. Let's throw on. So you're through all your, yeah, look at that. You're hitting your 2-week EMA 113. That's at 652. Really good level. At 652 for open short. Yeah, I do like it. I do absolutely like it. So anything above 652 gets me really interested on open. Anything above 652, okay? We'll actually keep, you guys probably have your own S&P charts open, so I'll keep Broadcom up since we're looking at shorting Broadcom, looking for a bit of an entry. Move this deviation band up a little bit. I'm going to remove some of these moving averages. And open is still squeezing here. I like it. Push it up. Push it up higher. Get us a better entry. And then I am watching LULU, of course. I have that open on another window, so if Lululemon comes into a bit of a scalp long or we see some liquidity coming in, but there's going to be a lot of traps in Lulu today, I think. There'll be a lot of traps in Lulu. So you just got to be mindful of that. And everything is a 0DTE Friday, guys, so just to accordingly size in if you're playing 0DTEs on the options chain. We did get horrific economic data, so don't be surprised if there is a bit of profit taking at some point today. And we are gapping up into new all-time highs. There is also some S&P 500 inclusion after the bell. We should have some Let's get ready for the open. I'm actually gonna stand up here for my trading. So again, top watches for me, trimming my SOX L calls. And trimming my SPY calls. SPY getting faded off of the open just slightly. Let's keep the daily chart open for Broadcom here. So SPY getting faded slightly off of the highs, guys. Just a touch here. Just a touch. Your Dixie trying to hold that lower boundary wedge, but weak as ever. Crude oil down, nat gas up, gold up, Bitcoin up 2%, crypto rallying, Nvidia retesting its wick low. Nvidia looks like it wants that gap filled to the downside. We'll see if it wants to put some pressure on the overall indices. So AVGO is a short here. All right, guys, markets are open. Markets are open. I'm also trimming my SOX calls. Open pushing. Open is pushing. Lululemon's still super duper weak. Members, I just trimmed my SOX L calls as well. I'm all out of my $26 calls. And I'm considering shorting open here, guys. I'm going to take some put options on open. I'm just opening up the chain. It's still testing 652. Lululemon's trying to push. Open's coming in. I never took a fill, but that's hitting massive chart resistance on open. Broadcom hitting massive chart resistance. Wow. Let's see if we can get another retest of the highs. Come on, open. Hold steady. Broadcom coming in. Lululemon catching a bit of a bid off of the lows. This is a day to lock in profits. A day to lock in profits. AEO still holding steady. S&P 500 still trending here. Ethereum up 4%. China stocks are ripping. Our Baidu $100 calls are in the money. Good to see that. Also looking to secure profits off of the open here. Still looking for short entries. Nvidia sweeping the lows. Nvidia down 2.78%. Microsoft's now flipped negative. Nvidia coming under a lot of pressure right now. Open up 7%. Lulu still down 18. AMD getting smoked. That's down 4.5%. Guys, we are seeing some heavy distribution in the tape here. I'm surprised things are staying as firm as they are. All right. Let's see if Lulu can bounce here. It is trying to stage a nice little bounce off of that 164 area. Looking at Nvidia, Nvidia's just getting demolished. So we're going to run into two scenarios here. One, if Nvidia and AMD firm up, this market is going to absolutely rip here. Look at Nvidia catching a really big bounce. AMD right now is trying to catch a really sizable bounce. Wow, impressive price action here. Impressive. Tesla's ripping, guys. That is amazing to see Tessie pushing to the upside. Why is that? We've been accumulating in this lower boundary dip. Tesla looking phenomenally strong right now. Let's look at Lululemon. Lululemon still trying to hold steady, guys. Come on, Lulu. Firm. Get your big butt up there. This is a big technical level down here for Lulu. Just completely. All right, open is getting more interesting now. Here we go. Here we go. I am going to take some high risk put options. They're super cheap on open. But I'm taking a $6 put, guys, on open. This is a very aggressive trade. Please size down. But I'm in a $6 put, got filled at 10 cents. This is an aggressive trade, guys. It's very aggressive. Just size accordingly. Size it for loss. 10 cents, super cheap. I'm only risking a couple $100 here on open. You don't need to risk a lot of money to make a nice little trade. So I'm risking about $200, 20 contracts here. All right, let's look at Broadcom again. S&P 500 is starting to come in just a touch here. Intel's gone negative, Neo negative, AMD still down 4.3, Broadcom still up over 13. Wow. I feel like they're going to hammer Broadcom down. It's actually potentially a swing short level as well. Wow, look at that weekly candle on. Look at that monthly candle on AVGO. That is impressive. Super duper impressive. Let's look at the S&P 500 here. Yeah, SPY got some top wicks forming, guys. A little bit of top wick distribution. Lululemon looking a little bit better off of the lows. Come on, Lulu. Get your fat ass up there. Get your big ass up there. Let's see what else we got going on. Okta having a nice move. Nvidia still down 2.6, but bouncing off of the lows. China stocks are kind of mixed here. Ethereum still doing well, but getting faded slightly. Nat gas still up about 1% on the tape. S&P 500 is getting slightly faded here, guys. Slightly faded. Open is still ripping and roaring. Probably AVGO is going to come in with open at some point, but open is a beast here. Just continuing to surge to the upside. Sweeping weekly chart liquidity here. Busting through the EMA 113. Look at Lululemon. A nice little bounce in Lulu, guys. S&P still holding steady. Lululemon's pushing. Pushing, pushing, pushing. Push it, Lulu. Broadcom is coming in a little bit more now, getting heavier on Broadcom. AEO is coming in. Your semiconductors are still holding decently well right now. Lululemon and Open still trying to push here. Nvidia is still struggling a little bit on this session. We got Baba doing well, Baidu pushing. I secured profits on my Baidu. Bitcoin still up 1.89%, but slightly off of the highs. You got Apple that's slightly negative. Yields are still down sharply. Gold still up nicely. Still have Open trying to push higher. Broadcom still has a little bit of top wick distribution. Just a little bit. S&P 500 still holding above the previous all-time highs, trading at 651.54. So not doing too bad on the S&P. A little extended up here, but still holding technical structure. I think SPY's probably going to look to retest 650.50, so about another dollar down. And if it loses that area, then we're probably going back to that gap fill. Wouldn't be surprised if this market decides to gap and crack today. But for now, Open is still squeezing to the upside. Nvidia is still pretty weak on the tape, but bouncing off of that gap fill on the downside. Dixie curling right back down. Broadcom is still coming in, guys. Broadcom still coming in. I never took a fill, but yes, it's into a nice short level. Broadcom. I'm looking for a potential short entry. This is still a really good area. 346.95 is a big ATR level. I'm short Open right now in some put options, some very risky 0DTEs. But if Broadcom gets a retrace here, then I'll look for an entry on the short. Semiconductors are still strong. Nvidia is catching a nice bounce. WTI crude still weakening here. Wow, look at Microsoft, guys. You're seeing some clear distribution. Microsoft hammered off of the open. Amazon getting clobbered. You have JP Morgan. So you have a lot of leading stocks, guys, showing some distribution today. JP Morgan taking it on the chin right now. Eli Lilly, a healthcare space leader, taking it on the chin. So if Broadcom starts to give it up, and the other semiconductor complex, we're going to see this potential market go back to gap. But Nvidia firming up nicely off of the lows. You still have strength in Tesla, Google, Meta. Tesla is an absolute beast right now, guys. That is helping our call option position. And again, that's quite a bit of time left on that clock. Sorry, I entered the wrong trade there for Open. Oopsie. That was the wrong ticker. Still seeing Lululemon trying to stage a base. Tesla acting very well. Looking at Broadcom, that's still trying to come in a little bit. So a little bit of capital district rotating out of Broadcom back into Nvidia. There we go. So we're still seeing the S&P 500 charging here to new highs. Still testing 652 at that all-time highs area. Again, the upside resistance on SPY could still take us a little bit higher. We have a TP around the 653.51 zone. Lululemon still trying to hold steady. What else we got? Tesla's ripping up 4.5% on Tessie. Beautiful move on Tesla. Soundhound's green, Snapchat green, Palantir getting faded here. So a lot of leading stocks, guys, are making those gap and crack reversals. A lot of leading stocks are under pressure. You've had ONDS go back to the negative side. That was up a few percent. NEO continue to show some pressure. There's some clear capital trends breaking and rotating today. There is definitely some clear trends. I'm seeing a lot of staples names catching bids. China names are obviously strong on the session. Bitcoin still hovering nicely. UNH today is up about 1% on the session. S&P 500 still holding very strong here. Nvidia still trying to bounce. AMD still super duper weak on the tape for AMD. Let's look at AEO. AEO. Yeah, if you're wanting to short AEO up here, using your stop loss kind of above this little recent wick, that's not a bad area. If you want to give it more room to run and use your stop loss after this 19 high pivot reversal, that's not a bad area. Open is still super duper strong here. Markets have now been open for 15 minutes and you're still seeing the S&P holding pretty strong here. Holding decent. Broadcom is melting here, guys. AVGO melting. Nvidia has some top wicks. Look for some sell side pressure. IWM is still leading this market higher. You can see Qs are trying to hold above a previous. This was an upside target I had on the Qs. They're just trying to hold it above that zone. Let's look at the Russell. IWM is super strong. IWM has fulfilled my upside measured move, guys. So that is into an aggressive short level as well. IWM, I think, could get faded here. But a remarkable move. So I'm taking a Russell 237 put for September 12th. Trying to firm up here, guys. S&P coming in. Base energy ripping here. Solar stocks are doing well. Nvidia still down 1.96%. TAN doing quite well. GDX still up a couple percent on the session. Open is still holding quite steady here. Palantir still struggling on the session. AMD still down 4.1. Broadcom still up 12. AVGO still up over 12. So I took an IWM September 12th 237 put. You can see Lululemon trying to firm up here, guys, off of the lows, still acting well. SPY coming in just a touch here. Potential 15-minute bearish engulfing candle on the S&P 500. Cabin saying Hood is dumping here. Yeah, there's a lot of leading stocks that are taking it on the chin. You have Hood, you have Palantir, Nvidia struggling, AMD struggling. Let's look at Roblox because that's also another leader. That one also dumping here. Let's look at SoFi. I think SoFi was green when I last checked it. But yeah, SoFi under a little bit of pressure off of the highs. Lululemon still trying to make a little bit of recovery here. Wow, the volume on Lulu's already insane today. So we're already trading 15.48 million. Sorry, that was yesterday. My bad. We're already trading just over 4 million shares on Lulu right now. All right, IWM still pushing here. S&P getting a big wick higher. Gold pushing. IWM is squeezing to the upside here. Open still acting very, very well. Lululemon still down 16%. AVGO is still off of the highs. Nvidia is still trading under 168, down 2. Microsoft down 1. Apple green, Google green, Meta green, and Tesla outperforming. Healthcare stocks are certainly under a little bit of pressure today. Some minor pressure. Good morning, Mohammed. Going to gap and crack this market, guys. Statistically, when you breach all-time highs on the major indices, big funds and institutions typically sell. We did get economic data today that supports recessionary trends. A cracking of the labor market, which is why interest rates are falling and collapsing. At some point, this economic data does not support higher price. Muhammad saying open door is still going to $10 in the near future. I think it's going to retest $5 before that. I could even see open going back down to $3. Just remember one thing, guys. Open Door is not a profitable company. It's burning cash like you cannot believe. We are seeing the real estate market softening globally across the board. And if the unemployment market keeps cracking, these high beta stocks that do not have strong balance sheets will see net liquidations. Obviously, it can squeeze more. There's a lot of long liquidity that's trying to chase this market. But things have to happen in stages, right? Everything happens in stages. So look at the Russell cracking here. Big crack on the Russell. A really big crack down on the Russell. I'm seeing a lot of capital rotation trends today, guys. A lot. Let's just look at some of the sectors here, just to give you a clear indication of what is happening under the hood of this market. Retail strong, regional banks strong on the back of low interest rates, materials strong, communications strong, energy, financials, industrials getting slapped, utilities getting slapped. You have consumer discretionary strong, healthcare decent, staples decent, real estate decent, and XLK showing some strength. So majority of the market is green. We'll see if many of those other stocks start turning red. Here goes Lulu, guys. Lulu making a really decent recovery, almost back to the green side on our entry. You have Broadcom, AVGO continuing to get slapped here. Obviously, these kind of two stocks are tied in sympathy today on the back of one announcing a deal with the other. We'll see if um, Open comes back to the downside. Right now, it's still up 11, just over 11%. Same thing with Broadcom, but I do expect that's probably going to change. Russell still coming under a little bit of pressure. S&P 500 looking like a little bit of a bearish candle formation occurring. Dixie new lows. So the Dixie is cratering here, guys. Dixie is definitely cratering. Crude oil cratering. Crude oil is supporting the weaker economic data. So commodity markets generally know. What else we got going on? So again, I took profits on my SPY calls. I took profits on my SOX L calls. All out of those two positions. Lulu starting to rip here. It is ripping even more here. Look at that volume coming in on Lulu. They are buying it up. Gobble, gobble, gobble. It's almost turkey time, Thanksgiving, and they are gobbling it up. Big push there on Lulu. Look at the Russell. Russell's coming in. Take it down, Russell. Gap that Russell down. S&P getting a little bit heavier here. Come on down, baby. Come on down, Russell. Liquidate those bulls. Profit take. Nvidia's still struggling. Amazon's struggling. Microsoft's struggling. Google, Meta, Apple doing well. Apple about to go red. JP Morgan really struggling here. Ethereum still up 3.3. Boeing getting slapped. Down another 1.86% on Boeing. BA. Home Depot doing well today. DocuSign still pushing up 5.3%. AMD still struggling. AI down another 0.68% today. First Solar, and that's doing really well. Really, really well. Let's look at that semiconductor market again. So semis are still near the highs. We'll see if that wants to give up any of the goods. Right now, they're still holding this market pretty firm. Potential 10-minute hanging man candle building on the markets. IWM still looking a little bit heavier. Remember, IWM's leading the charge. This is what I'm watching as a barometer today. IWM is very interest rate sensitive, okay? So the reason why it's getting bid up the most, up 1%, is because rates are falling, dollar falling. So if we see the Russell give up these gains in a lower interest rate environment, you better be careful. So with members, we closed our $26 September 26 SOX L calls. And though that trade printed up 52%. So we've been buying here, but I'm all out of my SOX L calls for 52%. S&P 500 still coming in just a little bit. We've trimmed our 652 calls in the money. So you are still seeing some distribution in this tape. Is the bull market over? No, we haven't had a technical breakdown. We're just having a fundamental deterioration of economic data. So the technical breakdown in this market has not occurred yet. The market's still in a strong uptrend. Very strong uptrend, but it could be coming. All right, there's a mass deterioration. When you start seeing the Federal Reserve curve changing drastically, which I discussed that Fed watch tool earlier in the session, you got to understand how the curve works, but historically people seem to think that low interest rates are going to keep this market going forever. But historically, low interest rates happen because of what? A weakening labor market, deterioration in the economy, the recession. The recession, the R word. And we really haven't been through a recession since 2008. Honestly, COVID wasn't a recession because we just hit the market with huge liquidity. So there was no recession during COVID. So the last recession we had was GFC, 08, really 07 to 09. Well, 07 to mid 08 we started coming out of it, but that was the last time we went through a recession. And the market's been in a really raging bull market. COVID, we should have been through it, but they saved the market with excess liquidity. Trillions of injected liquidity. So at some point we're going to get a mass liquidation in the market, but we haven't got the technical signal yet. Yeah, we did paper it. We obviously printed, QE started, but the S&P took a nasty decline. That's what I'm saying, right? The markets need to cleanse all of the liquidity. I mean, if you look at the S&P decline during your 08 crisis, right? Look at that. Nasty. From peak to trough. It was a multi-year bear market. We haven't seen a multi-year decline in the markets for quite a while. This was a couple months. We haven't seen really, years, like at least a year of a decline. Look at the SPX coming in hot, guys. Coming in hot. Full force. Chop it down. Broadcom coming in. Dixie new lows. But yeah, there was a ton of QE in the GFC crisis as well. A little bit more distribution hitting the tape here, guys. Just a little bit more. Open still hanging in there. I should have just shorted AVGO off of the open. Look at that straight decline. That's looking like AVGO could be setting up for one of those tombstone reversal candles. It's looking like that. A little bit of support here, but looking like it's pretty filthy here. Lululemon still holding up decently well here, guys. So Lululemon is still making a lot of sense. Look at that bid, guys. Look at that bid. That's a nice bounce on Lulu. It's still down 15.16%, but I'm shocked. Like, look at that monthly. Imagine we end the weekly candle back inside this pivot here around 187. That would be epic. Epic on Lulu. Ton of weekly volume. Look at that monthly candle down. That's crazy, eh? What a decline. It's crazy how certain stocks just get absolutely pummeled. Pummeled, eh? So we've taken a nice amount of profits today with members in the options group. 35% on our SPY calls, 52% on our SOX L calls. So that's really good to see. Look at PLTR getting smoked. Getting smoked. PLTR could be heading down to the symmetrical move low. Come on, chop it down, baby. Chop it down. PLTR's got a nasty formation on it. A really, really nasty bearish formation. Look at Nvidia. They are exiting Nvidia stage left and rotating that capital into a whole host of other names. There's a ton of capital rotation that's happening today, guys. A ton. A really, really big push. Look at how strong Baidu is today. Bang, bang. We just exited our September 19th $100 calls. A really stunning move there on Baidu. BIDU. We have been taking profits in the China trade like you cannot believe. AMD just made a new low of day. Crazy, crazy price action here, but we took 41% on our Baidu $100 calls, and I'm still bullish China. I am still bullish China. PDD, slight fade off of the highs. Looking at some of the transport stocks, they are catching some little bit of bids here. Constellation Brands trying to make a little bit of a reversal, catching a decent bid. Trying to recapture some key areas. We'll see what happens here. Google's still remaining super duper strong. This one's a short trade that's gone quite a bit extended here. I still think we're going to see some fading of price on Google, but very, very strong. All right, guys, SPY looking heavier here. Look at SPY trying to come in, guys. Yeah, there's a lot of nasty moves that are happening in these leading stocks. Look at these crackdowns on Hood, on Palantir, on Nvidia, on AMD. Things are looking filthy. Nvidia just knifed to new lows. Nvidia now down, exponentially down 3.43% and fallen. Free falling, free falling. IWM coming in, chop it down. IWM Nvidia down 3.3%. Neo falling. This market is looking like it is getting faded, guys. S&P has almost gone to the dark side. Bang, bang. Open's gonna go negative, guys. Open is gonna go negative here. Big liquidity sweep. Big weekly chart liquidity sweep. Look at SPY getting heavy. Getting heavy here. This is why we trim, guys. This is why we trim into the all-time high strength. I said, hey, we look back at when the markets gap up into all-time highs, they get sold into, sold into, sold into. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Now, there is a chance we can still get a big bounce and float right back up. Just because we're getting a little bit of a near-term sell candle doesn't mean the market's not bullish still. We still have higher targets, but you gotta trim into strength, guys. You gotta trim into strength. That's the biggest lesson as a trader and investor. Yeah, chirpy on bearish days. Well, I'm technically bullish with my portfolio. I'm still net long. I have key shorts in place, but my fundamental view is bearish. right, so IWM still seeing some distribution. LULU still trying to hold steady. Broadcom still falling here. JP Morgan getting demolished. Why are bank stocks, your XLF sectors, under pressure? Look at Russell 2000 falling, baby. Take us downtown. Open. Take us negative. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And guys, please hit that like button. We're here producing alpha trades. We shorted the Russell up here, and that trade is absolutely printing here. Absolutely printing. Sarfar is saying Nvidia could bounce here. It could. It could. But S&P probably is going to retest its prior day high. Yeah, Nvidia is trying to bounce, but looking nasty. Nvidia honestly could still go down to this gap fill, 164-ish. Look at the topping tail potentially forming on the Russell, guys. This was a free trade that we called out here live on this stream. Everyone should have been able to make some profits here. We've pulled profits on the long side. Now we're crushing it on the short side on the stream here. Come on down, Russell. If you're wanting to take a little trim, by all means, I'm going to look for a bigger move down because I do have time on these put options for the IWM. But they are acting quite well. Look at the decline on the Russell. Can they take the IWM negative? Boom, boom. Come on down. S&P still seeing some net liquidation. Nvidia coming in hot. Tesla coming in from the highs. Microsoft down 1.37%. Amazon has flipped to the negative side. Beautiful declines across the board. Beautiful declines. Come on, Russell. Break those lows. Open. Open coming in. SPY trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Russell 2000 still at 0.61%. QQQ still holding this market up the most. Qs are staging a little bit of a bounce. S&P 500 still looking to bounce off of that prior all-time high. That's what we're coming into. Look at our IWM puts are absolutely printing to the upside here, guys. I'm up about 35% on my IWM puts. Ripping here. IWM puts are printing. Lululemon now softening. Next stock to go negative is this open. It's still up 8.2%. You are seeing some big distribution signals and capital rotation trends in this market. Can they take the IWM negative? That is looking like one of the meanest topping tails ever on the Russell if it can form here. SPY still melting lower here, guys. Still melting. That's a dirty little decline on the IWM, going for that low of day. Whoops, sorry guys. IWM, come on, break that low bar. Break it. Break it. New lows on the Russell, guys. Puts are printing. Puts are absolutely flying here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if the the rest of the mega caps want to see some more distribution. Broadcom is still up 10%. Open coming in. Drop it down, Open. IWM could try to catch a little bit of a reversal here. We'll certainly see. Do, do, do. What's going to happen? Are they going to take open negative? Are they doing a massive liquidity grab and sweep here? IWM going lower. Going lower. 237 puts are almost in the money, baby. Let's go. They are selling this market. Tried warning you guys. I warned you about that gap up and crack to new all-time highs is a really strong technical trading signal. Please hit that like button, guys. Everyone should have been able to profit with us here today. And there's still more juice to squeeze out of these lemons. That's for sure. That is for sure. Come on down. Down. Let's go. Oh, I love it. I got more coffee. S&P 500 is negative. Negative on the tape. Boom. Look at that gap and crack. Nasty. That is filthy, guys. They are dirty. These market makers are dirty. I tell you that much. Open. Breaking its opening range. Oof. Anonymous saying XLF has a megaphone pattern, rising wedge, on track for bearish engulfing, no break yet on the wedge. IWM coming in hot and heavy. Coming in hot and heavy. Members, definitely check your IWM alert. Definitely check your IWM alert. Bang, bang. Come on. Open. Go negative. Take us negative, baby. Take us negative. Open is getting dusted here. Where we could potentially retrace back to is a weekly chart level back to your $5 area. Imagine open falls another whole dollar. Imagine that, eh? All right, members, if you didn't get the alert, I did trim my IWM 237 puts there for 46% profit, moving stop to break even, and letting the rest ride, baby. Let's go. IWM 237 puts are in the money. Let's go. That was a monster trade. Look at this, guys. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Getting absolutely crushed here. Oh, man. This is a filthy decline. S&P 500 is getting dusted. IWM has gone almost negative. Look at those puts, guys. Look at those puts. Just ripping to the upside here. I mean, my oh my. Nvidia is just in drill session here. Look at them dump this market, guys. Holy moly. Damn, I love it. We just banked on those puts, sold our calls at the highs on our indices, and they just absolutely demolished people. Wow. If you chased up here, you're now 6 feet under. That was filthy. That was filthy. And we're so early. I mean, they could bounce it, but we're so early in this market session. You know, we could see some pretty nasty continuation selling here. Let's just see where a Fibonacci retrace of this recent low would take us. So we're through the 236. We are through, and we're approaching that 382, guys. We are approaching the 382. IWM is about to go negative. Come on, take the Russell. Negative. Take it. Take it negative. We could still have more downside left in this tape, though. A little bit of a liquidity bounce coming into SPY. There is some support here. Bigger support on SPY lies around 646.66. But there's definitely a little bit of support that's trying to muster up some strength here. Really where I could see IWM falling to today is down to this 234. That would only put the Russell down on the session about 0.78%. But in reality, the market move would be about a 2% range. That's well within what could happen. But we are seeing a little bit of a bounce here. Definitely seeing a bounce. JP Morgan still getting slaughtered. Microsoft slaughtered. Nvidia slaughtered. Amazon down a little bit. Google coming in hot. Now Google starting to see a little bit of liquidation from the highs. Let's look at Mr. Apple Dapple. Apple Dapple still holding a little bit of strength up here. Lululemon seeing a little bit of profit taking off that initial bounce. Interesting. Oof. Ho, 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 ho. Look at PLTR getting slaughtered itself, guys. That is filthy. That is absolutely filthy on PLTR. Look at Open coming in harder now. Coming in harder. Market's not looking strong intraday at all. Not strong at all. Let's look back to that Russell 2000. Markets are trying to bounce a little bit and stabilize, but we still could go lower, guys. There's still a lot of distribution hitting this tape right now. A ton. There is a ton of distribution. We could easily go lower, guys. We could easily go lower. Look at PLTR. Boom. Who took puts yesterday on PLTR? That was another members option trade alert, and we are pushing. Oof, PLTR puts are flying, members. Are absolutely flying. We're now up 35% on our PLTR puts, 35% and printing, guys. We are printing. Members, I just trimmed half of my PLTR puts there at $4.20. Trimmed half, moving stop to break even, letting the rest ride. Is a monster trade, guys. PLTR puts 46% on first trim. Beautiful job if you caught that. Look at the Russell going negative. Thank you very much. Cleaning house on the shorts today. That is stunning. Next one is your open sesame, guys. Look at this. Open is in full drill mode right now. Bang, bang. Holy moly. Our trades that we took yesterday are just absolutely ripping. Wow. IWM going lower. Let's see what type of profits we're going to get on this open sesame. Huge profits. NVIDIA PLTR. Now you have the Dixie trying to squeeze a little bit to the upside here. Open's about to go negative. IWM still getting heavy here. Seeing a lot of liquid. Whoa, look at them. Look at that. Huge decline on the Russell, guys. Huge decline on the Russell. Come on down, Russell. SPY getting a little bit of support here. SPY is testing a little bit of a value area here. There's a value area high on SPY, so there could be a bounce here. There could be a little bit of a mean reversion bounce, but honestly, this market's not looking structurally sound intraday. Still looking pretty heavy. Holy cannoli. What a day. What a day. Holy smorgasbord. I am busy. I'm freaking exhausted. We're only an hour into this. This is crazy. We're up 40% on our open puts, but looking for more. Come on, open. Print our $6 puts in the money. Come on. Palantir, new lows. New lows for PLTR, guys. IWM, still pushing to the downside. Oh my goodness. 10-minute EMA chart. Open is squeezing. Let's go. 50%. Spread is a 20% spread right now. 60%. We're pushing on open, guys. We're pushing. Let's go. And NVIDIA new lows now down 4.18%. This is a bloodbath on Wall Street. All major indices have gone negative, including the NASDAQ QQQ. We have flipped to the dark side of this trading session, guys. That is filthy. That is what we want to see. And that is an epic, epic short off of the highs. Now the markets are trying to stabilize here a little bit. We are a little short-term extended. Just some minor extension moves to the downside. But again, we do have the backdrop of that weaker economic data. Palantir down 4.4%. Trying to get a little bit of a bounce here off of some hourly chart support, but triggering pretty bearish formations. Palantir today should retest 146.94. 146.94. I have a big daily chart level. Open catching a bid, NVIDIA catching a bid, JP Morgan slapped, Netflix slapped, Apple just turned negative, Microsoft down 1.8%. I remember saying yesterday Microsoft's fair value, and it's going to be a choppy day for choppy few months for Microsoft, I think, because Microsoft's fair value is somewhere between 495, around that 495 for the remainder of the year. I think Microsoft's upside is limited, and we are seeing that name get sold into here. Apple, nice little reversal. Are they going to take Google back to the negative side? Are they going to take Meta to the negative side? And then finally, will they take Tesla to the negative side, guys? This is what it's looking likely that they want to take all mega caps down. Looking likely PLTR right back to the lows. Look at this S&P 500 chart trying to bounce, but not bouncing at all. The candle formation is practically identical to what we described. I said gapping up to new all-time highs, watch for that sell-off. Gapping up to new all-time highs, watch for that sell-off. And look what is happening. They are just exiting stage left this market. Oof, SPY just dumping here. Look at the Russell 2000, 237 puts are a beast here, guys. An absolute beast. Holy moly. That is a filthy decline in the equity markets, guys. Nasty. And we're not down that much. That's the crazy thing. That is the crazy thing. We are not down that much in the tape yet. So, if they want to get really nasty, imagine what they could do. We're up about almost 90% on our IWM puts, guys. And we got time. Palantir new low. Dixie trying to press. Google's about to go negative. Goodness gracious me, Google. Oh my god, look at our Palantir puts, just absolutely a beast. Hitting that symmetrical move target LTR, that is just absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Wow. That's crazy. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen. Ethereum, oh my goodness gracious me. Look at the decline in ETH. What a bull trap in the crypto land. That is filthy. Ethereum looks like it wants negative price as well. Things are just in full-fledged sell side mode today. Not much green. Even you have some consumer staples names starting to turn a little bit sour on the session. This is just getting filthy. I mean, absolutely nasty. You've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive 5-minute candles down for S&P 500. It is trying to stage a little bit of a bounce. The Qs are trying to go back to the positive side. But ooh, that's crazy, guys. Ugh, that was insane. That was absolutely insane. I'm very, very happy with how today has gone. And we'll see if we can get a little bit more downside for now. The markets are trying to catch a little bit of a bid, trying to stabilize just a little bit. But don't be surprised if we go lower. No, I'm jacked up. I made quite a bit of money today, guys, so I'm very happy. I still think we can get more downside. I really, really do. Markets are trying to stabilize just a little bit here. Again, if they do want to get nasty, there's still a decent amount of sell side that there's still quite a bit of stocks they can sell into to take this market deeper today. There's still quite a bit of stocks. So far, the poll, and it's really good it's a nice little sentiment gauge. The poll that I put, will SPY hold the all-time highs? 8 votes, 62% said yes, 38% said no. So obviously the markets have gapped and cracked. The day's not over, but it's looking likely that we're not going to hold the all-time highs right now on SPY, considering that we are now gapping and cracking. And just because we've sold off, like I said, guys, one day does not... the poll's anonymous, so I don't know who voted, but Ram's saying he said no. I also said no. Well, I actually didn't get to vote, but I said no in the pre-market. Some brownie points for Ram. You get the purple crown next to your name. So it's been a very active session in the high frequency options trading group for us. Just to sum things up, we took 46% trim on our IWM puts with stop loss. Sorry, 46% trim on our Palantir puts. We took 46% on our IWMs with them still running to the downside right now, almost pushing 100% up on that trade. That's been excellent, and we have time into next week. We took profits on our call options, SPY and SOXL calls. SPY calls we printed 35%. SOXL calls we printed 52%. We're still looking for open to go negative. But that IWM trade entering at $1.78 short up here. Boom, 237 puts just absolutely flew off the shelf, guys. And hopefully everyone was able to catch that. Hopefully everyone. New lows for the Russell. Chop it down, baby. Chop it down. I love it. That is just filthy. Absolutely filthy, guys. Gold still up 1%, but seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Nat gas and crude oil under pressure. Come on, let's do a sector check. See what else is holding steady here. Look a little bit more red from since the last time we checked, right? Quite a bit more sectors are red now. You still have XLY, healthcare, real estate staples, communications and materials green. But let's see if they want to take all sectors negative on the tape today. That's what I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do that. I would not be surprised at all. Palantir bouncing, SPY still struggling. Looking at certain semiconductors here, AVGO, Anonymous saying up 3K on XLF puts, still down 7K this month. What made you drop 7K? Was it STZ? I've been patient with this name. Today STZ is catching a nice bid. Really, really good bid on STZ now. STZ, yeah. Well, I haven't lost any money on STZ, so that's obviously, I'm grateful for that. But you'll make it back. But nice job on your XLF puts. Yeah, they would have printed for sure. Look at that bearish engulfing candle down 1.71% at the dead lows and still printing. Open is coming into our $6 area. Look at our open puts, guys. IWM puts are still drilling. Open puts are still absolutely printing, sitting right at that PDL. Sorry, PDH. We're up 70% on open puts, guys. Again, I only took 20 contracts, but I'm up almost a couple $100 here. But I could see open if they really want to take it nasty. I could see open easily. Let's throw up a fib retrace here on open, guys. Just to see where we are. So we're back testing your first fib level right now. But I could see them retesting this $50 area. That's kind of your breakout hourly candle. So that could put us back in the region of 530 to 540. That would be almost a 200% trade probably. Maybe 300 depending on how things go. IWM still absolutely falling off the face of the earth. Can we get our open $6 puts in the money? Take us down. Lululemon's starting to sell off now. Uh-oh, Lululemon struggling here. What's happening, Lulu? What are you doing? Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey, Lulu. SMCI struggling. GDX still hanging in there, but looking like a bit of a Potential hangman candle. Guys, look what is happening here. Look what is happening. Wait, what was it? Oh, Ethereum just went negative. Wow. What's happening with crypto? I thought we were breaking out to new all-time highs. What's happening? No, that's just a big bull trap. Friggin' snakes. So we're still printing on our shorts. Not looking to close those. I had a couple messages behind the scenes. Should I close my crypto short? Looks like we're breaking out. No. No, don't close it. Lululemon CEO was on CNBC? Shit. No wonder it was going down, eh? That's okay. This, for me, is a long-term hold. I was tempted to buy some today. I just didn't know how far, especially with the market weakness. I don't know how far we're going to actually truly go down, but look at the S&P 500, guys. We're coming into a buy level here. 10-minute chart EMA, but if we knife through that, then they're going to do a liquidity sweep of this low here, guys. Oh my goodness. Sweep low. This is just nasty. That is filthy. Oh my god, this is a filthy decline. Filthy. The Dixie's catching a bid now. US dollar index is catching a bid. Gold seeing some sell side pressure. Google about to go negative on Google. SPY still struggling here. What is the Russell doing? The Russell's also struggling. Russell's now down 0.41%, guys. Please hit that like button if you haven't. It's been a crazy session for us. We printed some immaculate profits here, live trading, and we kind of telegraphed it in the pre-market with you guys. We said, just be careful of this gap up to all-time highs. They typically like to sell into it. Oh, wow. Exhausting day, eh? Exhausting day. We're going to keep the SPY up on the left here now. Just because we are getting a little bit hyperextended. We're coming to that prior day low. There is a potential bounce trade here coming into fruition. And if this market doesn't stabilize and push up at some point, we could be looking at a gap down Monday. But we'll see. There's still a lot of trading left in the session. They could easily give this market a nice facelift. But they really need to push this baby back up at some point here. They really, really do. All right, open is trying to be defended off of its prior day high. Prior day high being slightly defended. Russell 2000 continuing to drip here. SPY going lower. Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought? Look at this decline, guys. Russell new lows. All right, members, I'm looking to trim a little bit more of my Russell here. So guys, I trimmed the majority of my Russell puts. I have just a few runners left. Trimmed 110%. 110% profit locked in on majority. Most of my contracts have been sold. I have a few runners left and I'm just going to look to trail. My next TP would be Palantir still at the lows. Guys, open puts just printed. $6 puts are in the money, baby. Let's go. If you're wanting to secure a little bit of profit, now's the time before I start trimming a little bit. But I'm looking for more downside. We're up 70%, 90% on the ask. Come on, give us more. I want 100% on first trim. That's what I'm looking for. I ain't trimming. Come on, give me 100% open. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Palantir still at the lows. S&P 500 still. Come on, open. Give me 100%. I ain't being too greedy. Palantir still selling off. Open. Come on, open. Come on, give me a nice dump through that prior day low. Take it down. Take it down. We'll be happy to have you, Caleb. Palantir still near the lows. IWM trying to stabilize. S&P hitting a little bit of 15-minute chart support, coming into a previous pivot high where you broke out. So look at what SPY is retesting right now. So there is some support. You have 10-minute chart support, 15-minute chart support, and you're back testing that previous gap fill. So there is a little bit of support here on the major indices. Is it enough to hold? We will see. We're certainly oversold. We haven't had any sort of a bounce just yet. So just understand markets could potentially bounce off of this previous gap fill. Why could it bounce? Look at that. We're still knifing. They're trying to do that liquidity sweep. They've swept this low pivot, but this is a previous gap. It's a consolidation where you got rejected, and then you had an impulse candle back test. This is a fair value gap zone back test. Rams planning 645 calls. Yeah, high chance of a bounce. There is a high chance of a bounce for sure. I'm staying out. I'm not in yet, but I'm looking at some calls. I still think that SPY can come all the way down to this low pivot here. We're not getting any technical buy signals just yet. Palantir new low. Nvidia's still chopping around. Apple just went negative. Google went negative. Meta's about to go negative. Tesla's still up 2%. Financials are getting absolutely slaughtered here. Look at SPY. Look at SPY. I would be very cautious about this potential bounce here. IWM is still going lower. This is crazy. Puts are still flying here, guys. Still flying. What a monster session here in the live trading room. Markets are still technically 10-minute RSI isn't even oversold yet. 5-minute you're getting short-term oversold, but no real divergences. This is just going to be a quick snap. Look at open, guys. Still waiting for that 100% on first trim, but $6 puts are in the money, baby. Come on. Come on, dump it. Nice impulse candle down on open. VIX not even that high yet. You're right. The VIX is not even high yet. Qs are barely down in the session. IWM down 0.5, gapping and cracking. Again, 10-minute chart support is being tagged here on SPY. We'll see if they want to be really nasty and take us even lower. We got a few pivot high resistance, but again, I think that the bigger level lies sweeping this bullish liquidity. This is where you had a high volume surge. So if they really want to get nasty, they sweep this. This is where I think the bigger technical level lies. Look at open, guys. All right, guys, I sold half of my open puts, the $6 puts. Members, I'm still riding the other trade. Up over 100% there on open from 10 cents to 21 cents. Beautiful, 110% gain on open puts. Stunning trade, guys. Another profitable one. That is amazing. That's super duper impressive. How mean are they going to be today, guys? That is the question. How mean do they want to be? Members, I just closed my Palantir put options from yesterday at $4.80. I am all out of my PLTR put options. That's crazy, guys. That is absolutely crazy. So again, we took put options yesterday with members. We issued an alert for 145 puts. September 19th, entered at $2.88. Just closed the trade for a final gain of 70%. Beautiful trade. All out of PLTR. And SPY's still so heavy here. So heavy. Look at IWM still selling off here. Oh my goodness, the gifts that just keep on giving. XL at $53. SPY new lows. IWM. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. They are just smoking this market. Holy moly. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Google slightly negative. Apple push us down. Keep printing. Keep printing us. All right, guys, I'm going to try to take a stab at SPY if we sweep this low pivot. That is my long level. Let's see what we're shaping up here. Oh my goodness, get ready for another SPY trade here on the long side this go around. IWM, we're up over 125, 130% there. That's insane. That's a beautiful, beautiful snipe here. What's that? Gold still up 1%. Ethereum almost down 1%. UNH still holding steady. China stocks are still green on the tape. Your consumer staples are still green. Nat gas struggling. Apple down 0.43. Very interesting. SPY getting a pretty decent bounce here. IWM looking like a pretty decent bounce. Open door. Catching a little bit of a bid here. So this is an aggressive retrace. If you're wanting to buy the retrace on SPY, it is an aggressive retrace to buy. But we can still go a little bit lower than where we are right now. We can absolutely go a little bit lower. I'm exhausted already. Holy crap. Already had to make 8 trades today. Nice bounce on the S&P, an overall market, really strong bounce. Still have Tesla green on the tape. Meta, Google back to the green side. Still have some strength across the board in different sectors. Capital is clearly rotating. Lululemon still down 17%, but big bounce across the board in the major indices. Looking at Broadcom here. Broadcom is still trying to bounce a little bit. AMD bouncing quite nicely. Let's look at Nvidia and Micron. Micron still holding bullish structure, up sharply on the session. Let's look at the big bad Nvidia. Look at that bounce on SPY, really solid bounce. So again, that's why we took majority of profits off of the trades here. The shorts, why can't I type? PLTR. What a bounce on SPY, pushing to the upside. Oh my goodness, PLTR. Look at the bounce on PLTR. We covered right at those dead lows there, members, into that symmetrical move. Beautiful little area. Open is pushing right back up. So that was also a good trim right through that sweep of that prior day low. I still think it can go lower, but obviously acting quite well. Google bouncing nicely. Lululemon trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Potential a little bit of a lower high. This is an aggressive area. If you're wanting to go long Lulu with a stop loss at this low, that's probably a good risk to reward. Let's see what these calls are looking like. But if they break this little low, then we're probably going right back down to the lows on Lulu. So just understand that it's an aggressive trade. Market's still a little bit weak, even though you're getting a nice bounce on the S&P. Qs are trying to climb back to the positive side, but there is a good risk to reward here on Lulu. Let's see what 170 calls are looking like. What if we were to float back to the highs? 175 calls on Lulu right now, 44 cents on the ask. Not a bad risk to reward for Lulu calls. Using a tight stop loss if the trade were to break down. Interesting. Believe it or not, we still could go lower on SPY. We still could go lower. What a dump though. That's a massive, massive liquidity grab. And sweep. So you can see we never officially hit that Fibonacci 50% retrace, but you're getting an extraordinary bounce. Very decent bounce. Let's look at the QQQ here. Tesla's still ripping here, guys. Tesla's still ripping. Nice price action today. If Tesla can hold, this could be the start of, take a look at this, what I'm observing here on Tesla, guys. And this is an interesting pattern because Tesla's been a very, just a one-way chop and slop pattern. It's been tough to trade. We've netted some nice profits on Tesla. Not as much as I would have expected, but we have made money on Tesla, which is that's the main part. But Tesla, if it can hold this area, what is this going to be? This will be Tesla's highest weekly close since May of this year. So May, June, July, August, September, almost a highest weekly close in 4 months. Now the day's not done. We still got a lot of selling that's occurring. But if Tesla closes here, it's a weekly close outside of that initial wedge, and it would be your highest weekly close in several months. So it is showing a little bit of relative strength. But the day's not over, so we will see. Anything can change. That's a pretty big wick that is forming right now. And then we got the world's largest company. What the heck? What the heck is going on with NVIDIA? And I love to see this, guys, because NVIDIA is still such a big company that down, what is it now? What are we? 3.82%. How much liquidity is that? It's about a 4.3 market cap. 4.3 minus 3.8%. That's about 163 billion that's coming out of Nvidia today. And I love that because that's going to rotate. You're seeing it rotate into Tesla. You're seeing it rotate into other consumer staples names. So that is a lot of liquidity that could help strengthen the overall broad picture of this market. But I love the fact that Nvidia is finally getting a nice dump. It's freaking long overdue. Long overdue. Nice 4 weeks of selling, breaking that 7-day moving average. I have some buy levels. Look at SPY right back down. You better have taken profits on your SPY calls because we are right back down to the lows. That's freaking filthy. That is filthy. But yeah, what I was saying about Nvidia, that's a lot of capital that's going to try to find a home somewhere else. And I love that. I love capital rotation trades. It's literally where you get explosive moves in different sectors and different individual stocks. So I like it a lot. I'm hungry as well. We've been eating today. SPY going for new lows. Russell 2000. Guys, I have a long level on SPY. Now we're getting right back to interesting, but that was a nasty, nasty bearish engulfing. They friggin' ate that liquidity on the 5-minute chart. Look at that reversal down. Oh my god, they're nasty. This is a bit of an aggressive buy if you're wanting to take it. I'm going to personally wait. I'm going to wait for this low pivot liquidity sweep before I consider entering some calls, but oh, that is just filthy. What are the 652s for September again? Wow. Wow. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I'm just thinking to myself here. I'm looking at some different strikes on SPY, and it's crazy what we just sold at the highs and what those contracts are now priced at, but wow. SPY definitely lagging here. Nice little retrace. Come on, give me a little bit lower, SPY. Give me a little bit lower. Oh shit. Fucking too funny. Man, these market makers are ruthless, eh? Absolutely ruthless. Come on, give me a new low, SPY. Give me a new low. Give me a new low. Semiconductors, SOXX is still slightly green. Yeah, few made money. So here's the thing why the markets can still go a little bit lower, guys. Couple reasons. SOXX is still positive, sitting right on its prior day high. And you still have Broadcom that is skewing the semiconductor. I think Broadcom is the third heaviest weighting in the overall SOXX. So this is why the market can and likely will go lower, is because Broadcom is still pretty extended up here. But obviously there's going to be a magnificent bounce at some point. But the question is where, right? Maybe it's going to take a liquidity sweep of this low pivot here on semiconductors. Let's see if semis want to sweep this low. So now I'm just trying to look at what's going to bounce this market, and it has to be your semiconductors firming up. So let's see a sweep. Maybe that's where we take a long on SPY, is when it sweeps this high volume reversal gap up zone on SOXX. That's kind of, I think, the better bet in my opinion. Bitcoin negative, QQQ down 0.49. Meta just went negative, so the only mega cap tech standing is Tesla. Come on, Tessie. Hang in there, Tessie. Hang in there. That's crazy. All right, what is the 0DTE trade here for the indices? There's going to be a bounce. I mean, that was a pretty big one there. That was a nice one, but I think there's going to be an even bigger one than that. That was just a little teaser. That was a FOMO teaser. That's for sure. All right, so we're trading at 644. I'm looking for a $2 bounce in the indices. If we get down to the sweep of this zone, we're at 643. That would take us back to 645.50. But if we go lower down to this area, wow, guys, I don't even like that sweep zone anymore because SPY SOXX needs to sweep this low, I think. Lululemon coming in. SOX is still selling. Nvidia right back down to the lows of the session. AVGO selling off pretty hard here. Wow, if anyone's short AVGO, you're laughing to the bank as well. Come on, a little bit lower, SPY. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. Come on, don't bounce it here. Don't bounce it here. Come on, socks are going lower, guys. Let's SPY drip here. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Dribble, dribble, dribble. VIX is up 3.5%. Still can push higher. Markets are trying to find some volume here. What are the volume trends? So we're trading at 11 o'clock right now. And SPY has 28 million. So double that plus half that. So honestly, it's not that bad for volume right now. It's not that heavy, to be honest. We've seen worse. We have seen worse. What's the trade? XLF. Yeah, I think there's definitely more individual sectors showing distribution. There's clear distribution. But SPY itself, not too bad. We'll see. I mean, it's only 11. But typically around 12, you can just double the volume from where you're at. So we'll see how we end. But good to know that XLF has its highest volume since April. Come on, SOX, keep going down. Please, 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 please. China stocks are still holding steady. BABA, 2.1%. Baidu, 1.97%. China equities are showing their strength. Today, Ethereum down 0.4. UNH pumping today. UNH doing quite well. Look at UNH flying here. That is beautiful to see on UNH. That's acting quite well. UNH is trying to go for a high of day here. SPY heading right back down, guys. Right back down. I just trimmed my UNH November 340 calls for about 64% profit. Trimmed my UNH 340 November calls for 64%. I still have long exposure to UNH if it wants to go higher. IWM still getting sold into a little bit here. SOXX trying to bounce a little bit. Alright, what else we got going on the tape, guys? Markets are still just chopping around here. Chopping around. Considering how oversold it is, let it build a base. Let it build the base. You know what stock I'm surprised isn't down more, but it's getting close. This ONDS. This thing is gonna crumble eventually. It's close, man. I'm telling you, it could do it today, but ONDS tried breaking out of this channel, got slapped right back down, so a failed breakout out of a previous channel range usually results in what? A move back down to the low end of the channel. What just so happens to be at the low end of the channel? Our head and shoulders bearish target. We still remain net short off of an average of 569, looking for more profits in ONDS. SPY, new lows, new lows. Oh my goodness, SPY is drilling. Drip, 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 drip. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Sweeping that low pivot liquidity on the S&P 500. Let's see where SOX is. I want SOX to sweep this bar and then we can go long SPY, guys. I've just been patiently waiting for this S&P trade. Nvidia still seeing some selling. Google back to the positive side. S&P 500. I am looking at some 0DT calls for a bounce. SPY getting pretty heavy. Look at that 10-minute chart, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive 10 minutes. You are doing a little sweep of that low pivot that we've been discussing. But I'm hoping that SOX does a bit more downside. Come on, give me a little lower, S&P. Give me a little bit lower and I will love you. It's close. It's getting close to a big bounce. It could happen here, but I'm just being cautious. I don't want to ruin pretty much a perfect day trading here. Markets are bouncing quite nicely. Are they going to bounce SPY here? AVGO still selling. Nvidia trying to firm up. Crazy day, guys. Crazy day. It's only 11:12, but I'm going to be taking a break because I've made my money hand over fist today. And I hope everyone was able to at least take a profitable trade with us. We called 2 100% trades off of the open. Plus AVGO, which I didn't take a fill, but that was our top short ideas was AVGO, open, and then IWM puts. And I mean, you look at what the IWM just did up there. Everyone had a chance to enter that with us. So hopefully people made money today watching our live stream. That's what we try to do here, is just keep people try to safe. It doesn't always work out, but today's been a great day. It's always nice to end the week on a positive note. I've issued about 8 or 9 different member alerts today, So we've pulled a nice amount of profits here at TC. Big bounce on the S&P 500. You still have Broadcom AVGO selling off a little bit. Still weak, trying to bounce as well. IWM curling back up. Nvidia still down 3.7%. Your two mega caps that are green are Google and Tessie. Bart asking for Hood a long level. Yeah, you could try to scalp it here with a tight stop loss. Risk to reward is certainly in your favor. SPY getting a really decent bounce. It's a nasty bar down, the one Hood. Really nasty. And even with the sell-off today, guys, we are still technically holding a bullish uptrend, okay? The markets are still technically, on the daily chart, still putting in what? Higher lows and higher highs. So it's a really hard sell-off on the S&P 500 today, but we are still holding. Now, the negative today that could play out, and the day hasn't ended yet, right? So the SPX right now is below its 7-day. So I think you're going to see a bit of tug of war between the bulls and the bears. Can the bulls get this recapture the 7-day moving average on the SPX? That's sitting about $6, $7 higher on the SPX. All right. That's kind of the level that the bulls probably are going to look to try to fight and claw back. But look at that 10-minute bullish engulfing candle. That's a filthy, filthy bounce. We'll see if it ends up getting sold into just like this previous one. A little less likely that it's going to sell off like that. Really light volume on that bounce though on SPY. Really light volume. Volume is definitely lightened up, which supports the market to bounce a little bit more. But we could still go lower on the tape. But this is kind of a nice definitive low. If you get a retrace, you can long it with a tight stop loss. Any sort of close below this low, you get out of your trade. But again, I'm not looking to make any sort of crazy trades here. I'm just going to see what happens. Let time fly. I'm not FOMOing in because I've made my money. And I recommend people just let the market settle out. Let some time pass by before you jump into anything. Could we get a big bounce? Sure, but we could easily go right back down to the lows. IWM bouncing quite nicely. SOXX, everything is bouncing quite nicely. PLTR, open, getting a big bid here, back up to its opening range low. All right, we'll put SPY here just to show you what we're looking at. So here. Really solid bounce there. Well, I think it's pretty clear today that you got to look at what stocks are performing today, what stocks are green, what stocks are red, because the stocks that are red are probably going to see continued distribution as we go through a little bit of this economic decline. Yeah, Mongo's still strong, I know. Friggin' filthy beast. Mongo's still strong. Also another stock that's going through capital. I mean, Mongo could head to 349 before it gives us, but we'll see. I think it can still get a reversal from the highs, which is why the markets could still go lower. There's still quite a bit of stocks that are seeing some strength, and a stock like Mongo I think could still go red today. But right now, obviously, it's holding some pretty decent structure. It's interesting that Mongo is showing such a big difference to Snowflake. So Snowflake kind of led with that huge gap up, and that's been faded quite a bit more than Mongo. I'm surprised Mongo stayed this firm, to be honest. Crazy. Maybe they want to take XLF to gap fill today. Let's look at XLK. XLK under a little bit of pressure. XLC has been very, very strong, but ending the day potentially with a topping tail. We'll see what happens there. XLP starting to firm up here, showing some strength. Let's look at healthcare. XLV. XLV looking pretty decent today. Look at China stocks. Sorry, we'll look at, what is it, Yin? Yin, a nice gap up for Yin. BABA still holding bullish structure. Ethereum still slightly negative, but trying to go positive here on ETH. Gold's still pumping here. 35.87. Trying to catch another little bit off of the lows. Doing quite well. Bitcoin back to the positive side, getting a nice bounce in Nvidia and the S&P. Open. Stocks are looking a little bit better off of the lows here. Maybe a bit of the longer term trend trying to take hold here. Big bounce continuing here in the market. Big bounce still occurring in the major indices. Really sizable bid. Look at that little hourly bottoming tail. Hourly candle closing in about 1 minute. Nice move on Palantir. Continuing to bounce here. Google pushing right back up. Yeah, surprisingly, American Eagle's still holding up decent here. Let's look at Nike. I've been wondering about Nike. Might be ready for a bit of a long here. Sit down. So Home Depot doing? Keep SPY up here. A&F doing? So Tesla's still acting quite well, guys. Tesla's still trying to hold the majority of its gains. Come on, Tesla, hold steady. Hold steady. Snapchat again has been so choppy in this lower boundary range. It's been trying to break out, then getting sold into, then trying to show some strength today. Snapchat's building a little bit of a base here, trying to break out of this falling wedge. But obviously it's not invincible from a falling market. Clorox has made a really solid move off of the lows for CLX. So you're seeing again some capital moving a little bit more defensively. Let's see if Nvidia can get back above this gap fill. So Nvidia today filled 2 downside gaps. That's pretty impressive. It's very impressive. But you can see that earnings low has been the key rejection point in this market. UNH still pushing. Damn, it's crazy that I can't remember who was discussing about it. I hope you didn't listen to me. I hope you bought craft here at this red bar down. That was nasty. Joby and Archer are still so weak on the session. So weak. Look at crude. Breaking down here. XOM. Valero's still holding up fairly well considering. How's Rig doing today? Probably getting slapped. Wow, holding up pretty steady. Surprisingly, XLE. Certain stocks in XLE are actually holding up. Pretty miraculous. Let's look at MRK. Reversal on CRM. How is copper doing today? Copper still trading down. Marvel's still struggling. Why does my chart look blurry all of a sudden? SPY's still bouncing here, quite phenomenally. Broadcom, Nvidia, AVGO, Google, Meta, Apple, Tesla back to the green side. Really strong bids back into your semiconductors. Semiconductors are still showing resiliency right now. SOX is still green. You've had the IWM flick back to the positive side, so markets are trying to now trend a little bit off of the lows. Imagine they take all indices green again. That would be crazy. S&P 500. It's still trying to push over that 646. You can see the pivot highs that it's trying to retest and move through. I mean, the next big resistance on S&P, if it can push through this little bit of a hourly chart bottoming tail, then it looks like we could potentially push up to the 648 zone. So markets are showing a little bit more structure. I think SPY back to 650. Yeah, 649's prior day high. 650 is a big level, but we'll see what happens. But this hourly chart candle is where the bulls want to get a nice close above. And they're pushing. They are pushing. Nvidia, nice bounce. Crude oil still down. All indices are still negative except the IWM and Q. IWM's positive, I should say. Qs are trying to go positive. Small caps are bouncing quite nicely here. So a really sharp dead cat bounce. And there's a lot of time to still either go higher or lower. Chasing in this region here, guys, is very dangerous. Very dangerous. This is a trap that they want you to chase on the long side. If too many people pile in, then they're going to rip it right back down. But it's a dangerous level here. Very dangerous. MongoDB coming in a little bit. Starting to see some distribution signals. Still trying to firm up here. S&P 500 still trying to shake and move. So this is one of the reasons the market is bouncing. You got Nvidia pushing. You got Google pushing again. Can Microsoft catch a bid? Or is it going to be a little bit of a dead weight? You know what we could potentially see? You know how Apple for months and months and months was lagging the market, going through that nasty distribution phase? Maybe Microsoft is the stock that's now going to be kind of dead money for a little bit. So I think Microsoft could be going through this phase that Apple went through. This phase was roughly from that high pivot down to your lows. That was 104 days of selling, but really your range before you broke out was about 3/4 of a year. So just under a year long of consolidation for Apple. And I mean, if this target breaks out to the high side, that's a monster inverse head and shoulders for Apple. Look what the target on Apple puts it. Roughly just under 300 bucks. That's crazy. That could take it back to the world's largest company. A lot of people don't think that Apple should be the world's largest company, but I still think it's a good company. I mean, it's just a cash cow. They don't really want to diverge and release their technology too fast because of uh, their iPhone sales, right? They don't. That's their bread and butter. And if they release AI or new devices, they don't want it to detract from their iPhone sales. So that's why they've been a little bit lackluster on product development. Sure, their Vision Pro flopped, but you've seen you've seen Meta do really, really well with their Ray-Ban glasses. So Apple's probably going to get involved in that too. And I still think there's a lot of strong points for Apple just on its cash cow business alone. It's pretty impressive. Inverse target. But a really solid bounce creeping back into the markets here, guys. What else do we got moving here? Still pushing. Yeah, they're two totally different companies. Nvidia is still a great company, but I think that its revenue growth is gonna start to stagnate here in terms of its double-digit growth. So that could be where I think hinders Nvidia. It's still gonna go higher over the long term, but I think that it's market cap is certainly stretched. I mean, there's no comparison. Apple is a much more profitable company, produces much more cash, much more revenue. Sure, its margins are a little bit thinner, but it all comes down to investor expectations and forward-looking revenue growth. And for the last few quarters, Nvidia has been doing double-digit revenue growth. In this last earnings report, Nvidia just printed single-digit rev growth. So it's all it's going to be interesting. I think the chart pattern on Apple is looking a little more constructive. You know, Microsoft has made new all-time highs. Nvidia has been made new all-time highs. Amazon has been pushing to all-time highs. Google's made new all-time highs. Meta has been trading at all-time highs. Apple hasn't yet, so I think it's going to be undervalued. A lot of liquidity could pour back into Apple. And when you think about what type of a business, if we do go through an economic decline and recession, Apple's core business is a little bit, I would say, stronger in the sense that people aren't going to give up their cell phones in a recession. Maybe they buy cheaper phones, iPhones, but a lot of the times people just continue to buy and upgrade their iPhones and they have a strong religious base and they just do the financing option over a 2-year period. But Apple has a huge amount of cash. They're just a cash cow. And typically, if we do go through economic declines, investors look for those balance sheets that are the strongest. And no doubt Apple's balance sheet is the strongest, one of the strongest in the entire stock market. Stronger than Nvidia's, for sure. So obviously Nvidia's typically a higher growth stock. But if we do, I'm not saying we don't, if we do, investors on a fundamental view look for stronger balance sheets. Anonymous, VIX faded hard. How do we read this? It said VIX spikes are buying opportunities. VIX in action is different. So yeah, I mean the VIX, I don't really like to look at the VIX itself anymore. I look at the UVXY, since that's the bigger trading instrument that, or at least that I use. But yeah, it's positive on the tape, 1.9%. Is it getting depressed? Yeah, it's getting depressed. Is it due for a potential pop? You got this divergence? Sure. But Fridays are tough for VIX. Typically, I think it was an 85% statistical probability on every Friday that they sell the VIX after pops. So it's tough. But I think after a reversal like this, what you're seeing is a little bit of insurance buying. You know, if the markets don't firm up and they say retest the lows, we could easily have a gap down on Monday. And let me be clear, the data that we got today, in my opinion, doesn't support higher equity prices. That's just the fundamental view. The technicals are still saying otherwise, but you're definitely seeing a little bit of an insurance. And the VIX is cheap. I mean, to hedge your long-term portfolio, which most investors are net long, I'm still net long, although I do have some shorts still in place in this market. And we've trimmed again a lot of different positions. I still have quite a bit of long exposure, so people are hedging. But it's a tough instrument to trade on a Friday. They do weird things with the VIX. I wouldn't really want to trade it on a Friday. Specifically, if you're looking to buy it, it's more so for a little bit of an investment hedge into this September, October, this last quarter. It's kind of a last quarter hedge to your long portfolio. Dixie getting faded, continuing to soften here. IWM still positive. Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple negative. Google, Meta, Tesla still holding steady. Holding steady. Yeah, I mean, a pop today, markets are down. It's catching a little bit of volume and liquidity. is it's extremely oversold from this decline. Yep, but the VIX has a tendency to get very oversold. But you are putting in that negative divergence. 1 pivot, 2 pivot, 3 pivots. Nice divergence. A lot of volume traded down here. But clearly there's investors buying some downside protection today. Obviously it's faded from the highs, but it's still up 1.55%. And it's moving pretty nicely with the market. You know, it's sold off because the S&P's gotten a bounce. If the S&P gets faded, it'll get another bounce. So here's the thing. If S&P 500, guys, I'm going to take some lunch, but I'll leave you with this. If the S&P 500, where's my tool? Comes back down to this area, sweeps this lower, even puts in a W bottom, it's a very, very strong chance that we're going to get another bounce off of this area, maybe create that W pattern. But if you're trying to trade it at double bottom, if you get any sort of a 10-minute candle close below this wick, then you need to stop out because it does mean we could go down to the 640 pivot. So I do have an upsloping trend line through these pivots here. Let's actually just show it here. Let's adjust this trend line. So there is a decent support trend line there that SPY could want to maybe retest. But technically speaking, if you breach that prior day low, things could get ugly for the S&P. We'll see. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break, eat some lunch. Nice job trading with you all. Depending on what the market is, I'll probably come back for power hour. I mean, I'm going to be here watching charts, but I'm going to rest my voice because we've been doing a lot of talking. Any final questions? You are welcome. Coming down for another wave of selling. You better watch to see if semis get rejected up here, because this could be a potential lower high intraday. Could be a potential lower high for the S&P. So watch these key technicals. We could be seeing another wave starting. Dixie is kind of hitting that little bit of a double bottom. So notice how when the Dixie kind of put in a little bit of a top here, SPY put in that bottom. So now the Dixie's trying to hold the double bottom here. We'll see if SPY wants to come back down for another wave of selling. Yeah, I know. Sitting is terrible, especially in this job. That's why I stand for the first 90 minutes to 2 hours of the morning session. I'm used to standing it. It took me a while. I mean, I remember it was tough, but now I'm used to standing. I'm sitting right now, but I stand for most of the morning. It's a good practice to try to take breaks. It's so easy to just get lost in the charts, even we just keep staring at the screen, staring at the screens. Time ticks by. It's very easy. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna grab some lunch. Markets are just kind of floating and chopping sideways here. Nothing really to do for me, but wonderful trading today. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you back in a little bit. If anything crazy happens, a trade jumps in my lap, I will hop back on, let you know. 8,000 steps before trading. Whoa, beast mode. Beast. Hey guys, so we've seen the markets just kind of float and chop a little bit higher as the volume has died down. A little bit of a breakout attempt here on the S&P 500, trying to recapture some key areas here. Nvidia's had a decent bounce off of the lows. I think one more little gap down for Nvidia, and it's getting very interesting for a buy level. You know, considering the bloodbath in Nvidia today, AMD, Microsoft, and Amazon, markets are holding up pretty decently here. Pretty decently. Obviously, you still have strength in Apple, Google, Meta, and Mr. Tesla. Mr. Tesla trying to hold steady here. Looking at RSP today. So RSP is positive on the session, up 0.1%, and obviously the S&P 500 is still down by 0.29. So it shows you the relative strength is broadening out. Capital that's coming out of AMD, Nvidia is definitely rotating. That's clear and evidentary. Nice little double bottom defended here on BBAI. VKTX trying to form a higher low. Nvidia is still trying to press a little bit here. What an epic resistance JP Morgan hitting today, reversing off the top of that channel. Bank of America performing a little bit better. Citigroup is still doing fairly decent on the weekly session, under a little bit of pressure today, but still trying to close the week out, so a little bit of mixed price action from your financials. XLF obviously coming in from a new high, reversing a little bit lower. We'll see if the S&P has any sort of late day sell side pressure, or if they squeeze us into the end of the session. But overall, although it looked like a pretty nasty sell from the all-time high, the market is still in a strong uptrend. QQQ closing green, Russell looking to close green. Stocks being defended by the broader market. What else we got going on here? Open trying to close the week with a new 52-week high. Very, very strong. ASML up 3.9. Home stocks are doing quite well. Lennar How's UPST doing? That's up on the session. AFRM. I also find it really interesting that a stock like a firm that should be benefiting from lower rates, not really doing much here. UPST also kind of lagging the market with lower rates, although it is positive on the tape. You look at Carvana, which should also be in theory gaining traction here, but not really doing so. So there's still some weird price action in this market. Not everything is rallying. Certain stocks are definitely taking on the chin. AI, another down day for AI. So had a little bit of a pop, but getting sold into. Solar stocks are doing well. Another great day for Oracle. DraftKings is down. Roku, Chipotle down. Final 30 minutes left here, guys. Is there any stocks you want me to take a quick peek at? Just let me know. Wells Fargo really taking it down here. Wow, look at WFC. Woo-wee. Night. Wow, TPST. That's a high flyer. That is trying to break out of a flag pattern on the daily. Looks like it could squeeze. Keep this one on watch for next week, guys. TPST. Could be a squeezer into next week. Definitely could be. It's looking pretty juiced. Looking pretty good for sure. Should be interesting. Alright, let's keep scrolling through the charts here, see if there's any final things we can touch base on. I will have more market summary over the weekend. We'll identify some of our new member trades, reasons why we took it, and what our expectations are after we digest where interest rates give us a new weekly close. A lot of movement today across the board. You've had breakdown in economic data, employment data in the States. You've had a really big breakdown in Canadian data. So we'll see if Canadian data is leading America. Obviously there's been a bit of tariff and trade war between those two countries, but it's really been hurting both across the board. Deglobalization, trade wars. But Canada is set to go into the technical recession definition next quarter. We've already had one declining quarter of GDP and likely going to have a second one next quarter. Alright, SPY coming in. Nvidia starting to sell. Google starting to sell. Let's see what else we got going on here. Lithium stocks are doing well today. LIT. Let's look at that. Wow. Gapping up to the high side. No one warned me about lithium. Intel struggling today. Yet again, Intel just cannot firm up. Looks to be putting in a bull flag, but I don't trust it. A day where interest rates are collapsing sharply, you would expect banking stocks to hold on to their gains, but even even KRE, under quite a bit of pressure here. Wow, Unity Software is having a great day. That's up 8.69%, breaking out to the high side. Amazing. New 52-week highs for Unity Software. Steel stocks today are doing quite well. STLD doing really nicely. Also copper stocks are doing really well. So the commodity complex still remains firm across the board. lowering dollar, except for oil. Oil's weak. And nat gas a little bit. Baxter, that's doing well. LYFT lift, coming under a bit of pressure. That one never had an official breakout. Down a little bit. Uber's down a little bit. Humana taking a breather. Monster, MNST. That's coming in a little bit. Let's look at Celsius real quick. Celsius also coming in a little bit. China stocks continue to rip, guys. That's one thing that we've been long for quite a while here. And doing quite well. Hershey getting a nice top lick distribution sell. Datadog continues to act very, very well. Again, we'll see which stock today after the bell gets included into the S&P 500. We have the inclusion-exclusion happening after market close. Your three stocks that potentially could join: AppLovin, APP. That's the most likely scenario. I really think AppLovin is going to get it. Just looking at the chain, the option chain looks pretty juiced. Obviously, a lot of people are hoping for Robinhood. Robinhood's kind of developed a little bit of a cult in the sense that people are expecting it to join. And then obviously the other culty stock, MSTR. Now, if I didn't think MSTR's chart is actually a little bit of a buy down here, I would be buying it if I didn't know. If this wasn't attached to crypto and Bitcoin, I'd be buying MSTR here, because it's into an area where it makes quite a bit of sense for, you know, a dead cat bounce back to call it 370, maybe a little bit higher, but we'll see. So Peter thinks Robinhood, Sarfers thinks MSTR, I think AppLovin. Let's see what happens. I hold no positions. I was considering taking it, but honestly I'm not going to take a position into it. I'd rather just trade the reaction after. But today was excellent. Excellent trading session for us. Amazing trades across the board from both of our day trade shorts. Went over 100%. Open and IWM. Crushed it. And then we took a whole bunch of profits in the option trading group today. Very excellent session. Is Bitcoin going to get above the weekend? We're back over the 20-day. Right now we saw some near-term rejection. But can it get back above it? The FOMO on open is real. That's what you talk about, real FOMO. I've been tempted to take some positions into these 3D stocks. They popped on 3D printing. They popped on some news regarding some fiscal policy and stimulation, but I don't know. They're still so speculative. Name like Triple D, DDD, PCT. They've given back a lot of their gains. Oh yeah, how's LAZR? This one's a high speculation stock as well. LAZR just continuing to grind lower. Wow, getting close to another move here. Very close to creating this falling wedge pattern. I'm tempted to trade it. See what else we got. Final 20 minutes. Oof, Smith & Wesson doing wonders here. Nice pop on SWBI earnings. Forgot that one popped. That one's a severely underpriced equity. And again, if we do go into a technical recession, a company like Smith & Wesson does stand to benefit because crime typically goes up. So therefore, what do people buy? Security and guns. So this one has actually been, notice how Smith & Wesson has been absolutely getting smashed and depressed over the last couple of years as the economy has been roaring, unemployment stayed relatively low, so in theory less unemployment, less crime. But now we're starting to maybe some glimmers of Smith & Wesson trying to firm up just a little bit. Microsoft just absolutely pummeled, down 2.9%. My oh my. Adobe trying to firm up today, that's up 1.25. VIX got crushed on a Friday. So remember how I said the VIX, it's tough to trade on a Friday? Well, they absolutely just crushed the VIX on a Friday. What's really interesting is when the VIX was here, so the UVXY trading vehicle was basically up about 1.2% when SPY was here at the highs. So SPY's barely moved a little higher, but the VIX has been crushed due to IWM and Qs firming up here just a little bit. AMD continuing to melt a little bit more, down 6.37% now. Not getting much love for advanced micro devices. Nasty, nasty, nasty. I was trying to do some work on this and see where more or less would be the buying opportunity. I'll have to do some work with that. Your previous little gap fill liquidity reversal zone over there. Let's see where this trend line would take us. No, that's too big of a drop. Let's go to our monthly chart of AMD. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doji 6. Reversal. 1, 2, 3. Here's what I don't like about AMD. They say stocks retrace back to the area where they broke down. So this is your head and shoulders neckline on the monthly. That triggered. Stock has done a full-on round trip, closed above the neckline, now getting rejected. Just imagine AMD was supposed to fulfill its downside target. Just imagine AMD at sub 20. I don't know where the S&P would be, but I'd buy it down there. Back up the truck. Back up the truck. No, that's not my base case though. But really your next monthly chart support is at 143.90. It could be wanting to go there. Could, for sure. Not a bad area. And again, AMD is your heaviest weighting in the stocks. So it's pretty amazing to see that AMD is your heaviest weighting in the stocks, and the stocks is still up. It just shows you now how saturated this AVGO is getting. Right, so pretty much AVGO is very similar in weighting. Very similar. Another strong day for FUBO. Interesting. Visa today, really getting hit. Look at Visa. Ouch. American Express, probably the same thing. Not as bad. Cisco keeps getting destroyed. Another down day for Cisco. Square XYZ. I remember when this was added to the S&P 500 inclusion, and it's just been really choppy in this blow up top range. I'd love to buy this one again, but it needs to go lower. DocuSign still doing well. Nike down 2%. LULU still down 18%. Berkshire Hathaway down 1.29%. Netflix down 1%. CYN making a little peekaboo breakout. HCA, strong mover on HCA. That's pretty impressive. Airline stocks, after having a troublesome day yesterday, trying to balance a little bit. Let's see what UAL is doing. Yeah, UAL is just chopping around there. Roblox still down, Spotify's green, Ambarella doing well, Enphase Energy doing really well, Boeing still under pressure. SMCI still struggling in the grand scheme of semiconductors. GitLabs. Shit, I should have bought that yesterday. I was watching that yesterday. What a bounce in GTLB. Looking at Bill Holdings here, doing really wonderful here on the daily session. Breaking out of a bit of a basing formation here. Looking like it's entering stage 2. Stage 2 can be very powerful, so keep that one on watch for another daily close above that area, but looking pretty decent here on BILL. You look at another stock that reported earnings, ASAN, getting smoked. Gap up and crack. Poor ASAN. This is what I mean. You know, it's so tricky trading some of these companies that are not profitable yet. So tricky. ASAN though, looked like it was doing this really large breakout. Can't remember who I was talking about this one, but looked like it was breaking out and then slapped right back down after its earnings. Big liquidity grab. Nasty price action. What else we got going on? MNDY still just trying to hold steady. Nothing else to do there. Google just printed new high. Google is Googling. Google's Googling. QQQ still slightly green. SPY though negative. Russell outperforming. Small caps continue to show defiance. Defiance. I am ready for the weekend, guys. So some closing thoughts. Today, commodities weak across the board in the energy sector, showing potentially consumer demand might be weakening across the board. Maybe my mic, let me turn that music down. There we go. You got strength across your defensive commodities, things like gold and silver, metals, copper, steel. Those are acting quite well. Clear weakness in Microsoft and Nvidia today. Your two largest companies in the world getting smoked. Amazon under a lot of pressure. Apple just turned negative here late in the session. Your high beta stocks like Tesla, Rivian, they're doing quite well still. Those are your sensitive rate stocks that typically are considered a little bit, I guess, more blue chip. Tesla in the mega cap tech space, doing very, very well. Google's continuing to outperform as the most profitable company in the world, continuing to show a beautiful trend. Meta's been mixed. Meta did do well today as the markets were under pressure, but definitely mixed price action. A little bit wiki here into the final few minutes. You get a little bit more capital rotating around. Apple getting hit pretty hard here into the close. You look at Microsoft. Microsoft's trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Nvidia staying fairly muted and sideways. AMD right now trying to catch a minor bid here into the close. Let's look at Broadcom, AVGO. Trying to see some sell side pressure into the close. But really Apple's seeing a pretty nasty fall here. Taking it negative just like that on a 10-minute candle. Apple's now gone negative. Final dip into the close. Google seeing some selling. Apple seeing more selling. S&P 500 seeing some selling. Nvidia also seeing a little bit of a downturn. So again, the only real news after the bell is which stocks get included into the S&P 500. I hold no positions in those names, but it's always going to be interesting because Monday, one of those stocks are set to have a pretty strong gap up. Hood, AppLovin, MSTR. Which one's it going to be? We will see. We will definitely see. It's going to be crazy. Final guesses, is anyone taking any positions in MSTR, AppLovin, or Hood on the back of this potential news? Any gamblers here? That's the question. Time for me to watch some soccer here. We got some World Cup games qualifying all weekend long. Got some games on right now. Peter, not you, Peter. Not me either. Not me either. I was thinking about taking AppLovin. I was considering putting about $600-700 in the trade. But honestly, I'd rather just play it safe. you don't really have an edge, you know. But app loving is my guess that that's going to be included. Right now it is getting a nice little pump here into the close. Is that what traders are doing? Hood also trying to get a little bit of a pump. MSTR catching some volume. I don't know what time the inclusion is, but you can see app loving catching a nice bid. Alright guys, that is the trading session. Thank you all for tuning in. I will have some member videos released over the weekend. So definitely stay tuned for those. But other than that, great job today trading. It was a nice amount of profits live trading here. And we'll see if we can do it all again next week. And we'll see how the markets want to react over the weekend. We'll be looking for some early signs in the crypto market. But take care everybody, enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you on the charts a little later.